Hello, welcome to the Hot Shop. This morning we are making glass pitchers, and that process includes preparing a piece of color bar to lay over a clear bubble. And this is one way we're going to apply color to the glass. And so, as you can see, Trent has blown into the end of the pipe to create a small bubble. This little bubble will be expanded out into the size of a water pitcher. And so as she rotates the color bar on the table there, she's preparing to place it over the clear bubble to apply color to the surface of the glass. My name is Emily. Welcome to the Hot Shop. If you have any questions, feel free to raise your hand and ask, and I'll be happy to answer your questions. When the color bar gets nice and hot, it'll look very, very orange. It won't be orange when it cools down. It's just orange because it's above 2000 degrees. So we'll use those diamond shears to remove that extra material and the extra pipe. And now they'll stretch that little bit of color all the way back over towards the end of the pipe. When we stretch it back towards the end of the pipe, it'll overlay the entire clear bubble to reveal a different surface color when we blow it out. So we work in and out of the reheating chambers to keep the glass nice and hot so we're able to shape it and continue to blow it out. The glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air, and they're only designed to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking. The temperature is about 2,300 degrees. So we'll dip into the mold there. That optic mold is we call it a pineapple mold. It'll create low and high points, and it'll give us a design on the surface of the glass. Once we gather over it, it'll trap little air bubbles that you'll be able to see when we blow out this piece. We're making water pitchers here in the hot shop. We're going to gather over that small gather of glass that we've already started with. It looks orange only because it's hot. It'll turn the color, it'll turn closer to the color it'll be when it cools all the way back down when we get closer to the end of blowing it out. So we've gathered over that glass to create more mass at the end of the rod, so we're able to expand the bubble to make a functional water pitcher. We're making a water pitcher this morning. Welcome to the hot shop. He'll use the tools at the bench there to shape the glass, and Trent is sitting at the end of the pipe and he's blowing into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. That cloth-like material is just a piece of paper that's been soaked in water. Oh, those papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, which will allow him to shape and guide the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. And then back into the reheating chamber to heat the glass up so we can continue to blow it out at the bench. The reheating chamber is only designed to reheat the glass, and it rests at 2,300 degrees. And now we'll use our jacks to carve into the glass in just a moment. It's important that we heat up the jacks, this tool here. We don't want the cold steel to affect the glass too much, so we just give it a little preheat, and then we'll carve into the glass to carve in a jack line. This is a line of tension. It helps indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. We're working upside down before we're able to rotate the piece off of this pipe and work on the top. So right now, we're shaping the bottom. So we'll ride the bottom to flatten the bottom. That's a wooden paddle. That wooden paddle is charred, so it doesn't quite look like wood, but it's just black because it's hot. And now we'll transfer the pitcher off of this initial blowpipe we started on to a transfer rod so we're able to open up the top, clean it up. We'll also add a handle so we can hold it. So once we connect the transfer rod to the bottom, we'll set it up properly to catch this piece off the pipe. He'll add some water to the jack line we carved in the beginning of the process, tap the pipe, and release the glass. When we disconnect the piece from the end of the pipe, it is very jagged due to thermal shock setting in and then just letting it naturally disconnect. So now he'll heat just the very end portion and start to tweeze and shear away the extra material. All of the glass that comes out of the furnace is clear. So as you can see this handle here, this handle is clear, and it's a great example of how we take the clear glass out of the furnace and apply it to a piece that we're working on. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace is this large ceramic tank here that's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds approximately 1,000 pounds of molten glass and rests at 2,100 degrees. Welcome into the hot shop. Come on in and have a seat. So now we'll heat the lip, and then they'll shape a little spout with that steel rod. The next step is to prepare for this piece to be removed off the end of this pipe. We're going to flash it with the fluffy torch in this way at the end, at the bottom, because this portion will go into the reheating chamber last and it will come out first. So we're going to flash the whole body to make sure everything's evenly heated, and then we'll release it from the pipe and put it into the annealing oven. So we'll add a little water to the end of the pitcher, the connection point. Tap the pipe, the vibrations will release the glass. She'll give it a hot torch. We'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and you can find items made here in the hot shop in the store. So if you're interested in taking something home, look in the store and grab something. Let's give them a round of applause for all their hard work. It'll go into that annealing oven and it'll rest overnight to prevent any sort of thermal shock. And that is how glass water pitchers are made here in the hot shop. We'll do it all again and start the process. The process begins by heating up a steel rod because hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So as you can see, he's dipped into the furnace to gather up some glass. This little gather is the start of the process. He'll blow into the end of the pipe when he's ready, and he'll cap it. And at the end of the pipe, he'll have a little bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. That starter bubble will be blown out into the size of the pitcher that we just put away. On the left side of the hot shop, Stina is prepping the color to be laid over the clear bubble because all of the glass from the furnace is clear. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the furnace are the silver tanks here in the hot shop with the doors on the front of them. They're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. And they rest at 2,100 degrees. So now Trent is sitting at the bench, and he'll wait until Stina's ready to get that color nice and hot to lay it over the clear bubble. This is called a color overlay. This is how we apply color to the glass. So now with his diamond shears and one snip, he'll remove that extra material and the pipe, and then he will start to heat the glass and encase the clear bubble. So he'll stretch the glass all the way back towards the end of the pipe. So the color overlay process is what they just did when they added that little color bar onto the top of the clear bubble. To get a better understanding, can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So he dipped into the furnace to gather some glass over the color overlay that he applied to that clear bubble that we started with. As you can see, it looks orange only because it's above 2000 degrees. It'll be a different color when it starts to cool down later on in the process. We'll also move from that left bench to the middle bench in a moment. So for all my youth visitors today from Mesa Middle School, welcome again. We have a special program here at the Museum of Glass known as Kids Design Glass. And as long as you're 12 and under, you can be 12, just not 13. And I don't think you guys are 13 yet because you're in 6th grade. But our Kids Design Glass program is created to inspire the youth like you all to create and draw an illustration and submit a kids design glass form. Last week, or over the weekend, we created Catacotto, and Catacotto was created by a 9-year-old. It was a cat that looked like an avocado, and you can see the image on the shield when he steps away from the covering it. So if you guys are interested in creating a kids design glass form in the Grand Hall in front of the Education Studio, there's a table. If you all, the chaperones, would like to take one and then master copy them, or you can take a stack of kids design glass submission forms. What if the hot shop chooses your submission? One piece is made here. They'll call you, invite you back with your family, and one piece is made here in the hot shop and kept at the museum to exhibit, and then another piece is sent home with you and your family to display in home. So be sure to grab those kids design glass forms for the kids. So he's dipped into the optic mold. The optic mold is used to add details or design later on in the process. And so what happened was the optic mold has been frozen into this surface layer of the glass. So when we gather over it, naturally in the low points, bubbles will occur, and you'll be able to see it on the surface of the pitcher when we continue to blow the bubble out. So we've gathered some more glass out of the furnace. We have to cool the pipe down as it starts to get hot as we dip into those high temperature ovens. Stainless steel is not the best conductor of heat, but it will start to accumulate in certain areas as it's exposed. The glass contains a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself as we rotate the gathers in the oven, in the furnace. And then with this block, he will cool down those outer layers. The block is great for keeping the core nice and hot so we can continue to blow out the bubble. While they're working at the bench, it's important that they keep the glass super duper hot while they are still shaping and blowing out the bubble we started with. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So this reheating chamber that they work in and out of in front of the bench is powered by natural gas and forced air, and it's only used to reheat the glass, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. Thank you. So now we'll let it stretch itself out and in with those jacks to create a jack line. This jack line is a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. When it's orange, that's how they know it's very hot, soft, and malleable. So with that cloth-like material, he'll guide the glass almost as if he's using his bare hands. Those papers are folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water. As you can see, the paper has helped cool the glass down. Now you'll see it's a green color. It's not as hot as it was when we started. It's important that we shape the bottom before we're able to work on the top. So right now we are shaping the bottom. So now she'll paddle the bottom as he uses jacks to shape the end. So it's just squaring up the bottom. That paddle is just a wooden paddle that's been charged. That's why it's black. So here in the hot shop, as we continue to take glass out of the furnaces, that 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass doesn't just magically reappear. So you know how we dip into the furnace, we gather up some glass, and then we blow it out? We have a hot shop technician, and his job is to recharge or refill the furnaces with with glass. And so I'll show you the charging the furnace video so you can learn a little bit more about the glass. So can we see well, not yet. Let's transfer this piece off the pipe first, and then after that, I'll ask to see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass. So right now we're preparing to transfer this piece off of the blowpipe we started on to an additional rod so we can open up the top so the water pitcher can be functional. So as you can see, he's created a transfer rod with a little bit of glass there that they'll connect to the bottom. He'll add water to the jack line he carved in, tap the pipe, and release the glass. So now we'll just heat the very end or the very top of the pitcher so we're able to open up the top and clean it up. So back to what's the glass here in the hot shop and what it's made out of. Can we please see the charging the furnace video to learn a little bit more about the glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So now you can see that we keep the glass very orange in certain areas where we want to continue to enhance the shape. When the glass is orange, that indicates it's hot and malleable. When it's dark, when it's closer to that green color, at the end there, it's very stiff. So it's the consistency of slime at the when it's hot, and when it's color, when you can see the color, it'll be when it cools down, it's tough. It's really stiff like a Jolly Rancher. We're making a water pitcher here in the hot shop. And my name is Emily. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. As Ben dips into the furnace, he's gathering glass. That glass is clear when it cools down, and we're going to be able to quickly see this because he's going to cool it down, blow into it, and add a handle to the piece we're working on. He'll blow a bubble into the end of the pipe, and he'll create a hollow handle for the water pitcher. So he'll blow into the pipe and cap it, and as the bubble comes out of the end of the pipe, he'll shape it a bit more, and then we'll add it to the water pitcher. After manipulating the glass on the surface of the steel table, it cools it down. So he'll go back into the reheating chamber to get it nice, hot, and sticky again. And then it'll stick very well to the side of the pitcher. The next step of this process is to release the water pitcher off the end of the pipe and then put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight. So we heat the lip and we use that copper rod to create a little spout. So put a little bit of water on that connection point and then tap it off the end of the pipe. Stina will fire polish it and they'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. So if you're interested in taking something home that was made here in the hot shop by the team, be sure to check out the store, and everything made at MOG will be listed in the store. All right, let's give them a big round of applause. Clap it up. It'll go into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Welcome to the Hot Shop Mesa Middle School students. We're making water pitchers today here in the Hot Shop. My name is Emily. I will be your MC for the day. In just a moment, we'll get started all over again with the process. And I'll tell you guys exactly what's happening here in the hot shop. So the process will start by gathering glass from the furnace. We have to gather up just a little bit of glass so we can attach a color bar to the end of a rod. And the way that we add color into the glass in the process is by using different types of color. Today's process, we're picking up color bars of color to lay over the clear bubble. Can we see the color bar slide? So right now in the hot shop, we're using transparent colors, and those transparent colors start off in bars that are very dense, so it doesn't look like it'll be the color it is. So you can see up there on the big screen, these are opaque, so you'll be able to see a bit better what it'll look like when it cools down at the end in this form. But when the colors are transparent, it's hard to tell when they're dense. So it takes us heating them up and stretching them out. And today we're using that really pretty green color that they just put away in the annealing oven. And this one may not be green. It may have changed colors. The colors can change in the process. So we've picked up a little bit of color. Stina will get the color nice and hot. And then we'll blow out a bubble. And that tiny bubble will lay the color over, so then that way we're able to apply color to the surface of the glass. Hot glass likes to stick. Oh, there's an illustration there up on the big screen. There's a little bit of color and a whole lot of clear when you cut the glass down in cross section and you lay it over a clear bubble. So Trent will take his blowpipe and dip into the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank that holds up to about 1,000 pounds of molten hot glass. As he rotates, that glass contains a certain level of viscosity which allows it to adhere to itself. He'll shape the glass on the table, and when he's ready, he'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it to create a bubble similar to the shape of a balloon. They're going to start on the left side of the hot shot, but we're going to move to the middle towards the middle to the end of the process. So as you can see, they're just preparing to add color to the clear bubble. Oh, awesome. Here's a water pitcher. This is what we're making today here in the hot shop. You can take a closer look. So when we dip into the optic mold, it creates low and high points. So when we gather over the mass of glass, as the hot glass lays over the bubbles in the low points, as it lays over the low points, bubbles naturally occur because it's trying to fill it in, but it won't. So that's how you get the bubbles in the surface of the glass. It's a purposeful reaction caused by gathering over the mold. And you'll see them dip into the mold in case you're wondering how the bubbles got into the surface. So there on the big screen, you can also see what he's doing a little better. He's using a block, and that block will cool down those outer layers and add shape to the glass. It'll keep the core nice and hot so we can blow out the bubble. So we added color to the surface of the glass, and that process was known as color overlay, which means we put a little bit of color over a clear bubble, stretched it out all the way towards the end of the pipe. So now the surface color will be whatever color we see when they start to blow it out towards the end. I don't know exactly the color we're using at the moment. Can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about the color overlay process?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we dipped into the mold there to create the low and the high points that I was talking about earlier. This is called a pineapple mold. Can we see the pineapple mold, the slide of the pineapple mold? So as you can see, it has these, the inside of it to create the low points in the glass. And then when we gather over it, the hot glass will trap little air bubbles, and you'll be able to see them on the surface of the glass when we blow it out. How you doing? Okay, now we gathered over it, and we'll start to slowly blow it out and shape it there at the bench. So with that block, we will shape the glass. The block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water. The water protects the surface of the glass. And that cloth-like material is folded up newspaper. So he'll blow into the end of the pipe, and as the bubble expands, he'll guide the glass with the papers. That folded up newspaper has also been soaked in water. I think the best part is watching the glass change colors. And so it starts off super orange, but towards the end, when it cools down, you'll be able to see the color. It'll be closer to when we take it off of this pipe. I can kind of see it's that blue color, maybe similar to the one on the podium here. So we have to shape the bottom first before we're able to open up the top. So they're always typically working upside down before we're able to work right side up. And that's because while we're shaping the glass, some of the air naturally releases itself. So we want to be connected to the blowpipe to reinforce as we shape to reinforce the bubble. And now Stina will follow along the bottom there, just protecting his hand for now, but next she'll paddle up the bottom. So now they'll square up the bottom by flattening it with that wooden paddle, and he'll ride the surface with the jacks. The jacks are a great tool for carving and shaping the glass. So as he dips into the furnace to gather some glass, he'll create a transfer rod. We need to transfer this piece off of the blowpipe to connect it to an additional pipe, a transfer rod, to open up the top. So he'll gather up a little bit of glass, shape it up there on the table to shape that connection point so it can be attached to the bottom of the water pitcher. We're making a water pitcher similar to the one on the podium. I thought it was blue, but as you can see, it's really pretty transparent purple. So he'll place that connection point on the base of the water pitcher, allow it to cool down a bit. Then he'll add water to the jack line that we carved in earlier in the process. So he'll put a little bit of water on that low point of the glass. Thermal shock will set in. He'll tap the pipe and release the water pitcher. It's important during the process that the glass stays on center, and so that allows us to be able to rotate the pipe, and everything will be on the proper axis as we rotate back and forth. You don't want it to be wobbly. It'll affect other parts of shaping and cutting into the glass. So now we'll heat just the tip so we're able to start to open up the glass and clean up that part that we released from the blowpipe. So the next step will be to add a handle to the water pitcher. So he's dipped into the furnace, he's gathered up some glass. The glass starts super orange, but as it cools down, you'll be able to see the pretty crystal clear that it is. He'll blow into the end of that pipe, continue to shape the glass, allow it to kind of stretch out a little bit, and then he'll place it onto the water pitcher. We'll heat the lip up and then we'll add a little spout We'll put a little water on that connection point and release the pitcher from the end of the pipe. We'll tap it off, hot torch it on the bottom, and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. Everything that's been stamped with the Museum of Glass logo you can find in the store. So if you're interested in taking a piece home made here in the Hot Shop, be sure to check out the museum store. All right, we'll torch it, stamp it, and let's give them a round of applause. It'll go into the annealing chamber where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. And that is how the water pitchers are made. We'll do it all again in just a moment. And if you guys have questions, my name's Emily. Feel free to raise your hand and I'll be happy to answer your questions. Hello, Mason Middle School students. My name is Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. I hope you guys have had a great tour so far here in the Hot Shop. We are making water pitchers, and that process starts by adding color over a clear bubble. We have to add color over a clear bubble because all of the glass in the furnace is clear. Can we see the furnace diagram? So the process, it'll start by heating up a steel rod and dipping it into the glass furnace, which is powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it holds up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass at 2,100 degrees. So, those steel tanks are, those ceramic tanks are here with the doors on them. And then whenever we're working in the hot shop, we're working in and out of the reheating chamber. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So we have to work in and out of these reheating chambers to keep the glass above those high temperatures, to keep it malleable and working. As you can see, the reheating chambers that they're working in and out of are powered by natural gas and forced air. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and these chambers rest at 2,300 degrees. Thank you. So we're at the point of the process where we've laid color over a clear bubble, and so just a little bit of color goes a long way in this process. This is known as the color overlay method to create a solid finish on the surface of the glass. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about how the glass got color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So we've dipped this gather of glass into the pineapple mold. Can I see the pineapple mold slide? So the pineapple mold has low and high points, and so it'll freeze into the surface of the glass. When it does that, the void in between the low and the high points, once we gather over it, will then capture bubbles as the air tries to escape. That's how we call it a pineapple mold. That's just technically the name, but this is how we get bubbles into the surface of the glass. If we did not gather over it, the surface texture would almost resemble a bit more of a pineapple, a real pineapple. But because we gather over it, we smooth out the surface of the glass and we create these bubbles to get the really cool details of trapped bubbles. Thank you. And now they're going to gather over it and start to blow it out here at the middle bench in just a moment. So as you can see, dipping into the glass is like dipping into a jar of honey, or dipping into the furnace, I should say. As we rotate that steel rod, a certain level, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. You can see that really cool pineapple mold bubbles trying to escape, but they can't. They're trapped. And now we're going to use the jacks to carve into the glass. The jacks are a great tool for carving and shaping. So as he squeezes his grip, those two blades will carve into the surface of the glass to create a jack line. This also serves as a reference point indicating the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So when they're creating in the hot shop, they often will shape the bottom first and then transfer it off of this initial blowpipe and work on the opposite side. So with those papers, he'll guide the glass. The papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, which will allow him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. So with that wooden paddle, she will flatten the bottom so the pitcher is able to stand on its own. So now he's prepared a transfer rod to take this pitcher off of the initial pipe we started on, the blowpipe, to a transfer rod so we can access the top and clean it up, open it up, and make it like the one here, functional on the stand. I think the best part of the process is how it starts as a little mass of hot orange glass, and then when they blow it out, you're able to see the pretty color it'll be when it cools down. A little water on that jack line we carved in earlier, it'll create thermal shock and release the glass when he taps the pipe from the blowpipe. So, how they know when to do what to do is by the visible temperature of the glass. So, when it comes out, it's going to be that really pretty orange color again, indicating the glass is hot, malleable, and very, very soft. So, you'll see that they'll quickly begin to clean up the top because when we disconnect it from the blowpipe, it was jagged due to thermal shock. And then we're going to shear up. So we'll tweeze it, shear it, and then start to shape it. We want to keep the base nice and chill because we don't want to fuse the end part and we don't want to misshape it. So we're only heating the tip so we're able to open up the water pitcher. The next step of the process is to add the handle. So, as I was saying earlier, all the glass inside of the furnace is clear. As he gathers a bit of glass at the end of this blowpipe, he's going to blow into it, create a little bubble, shape the little bubble, and create a hollow handle. This is a great example of how the glass quickly changes from very, very hot to crystal clear. So now we'll heat up the lip and create the little spout for water or lemonade, tea. So now we're at the point in the process in which we're going to remove this water pitcher off the end of the pipe, give it a stamp, and then place it into the annealing oven to cool down overnight. Put a little water on that connection point, thermal shock will set in. and then we'll give it a hot torch. All the items made here in the hot shop for the Museum of Glass store are typically stamped with the Museum of Glass logo. So if you would like to take anything home today that was made here in the hot shop by the team, be sure to find the items that were made at MOG. Let's give them a round of applause. Clap it up. So for all my youth visitors, we have a program here known as Kids Design Glass. There are some master copies in the Grand Hall in front of the Education Studio. This is one of our long-standing programs designed to inspire the youth, 12 and under, so if you're 12 you can apply, but 12 and under, to create like the fine artists do here in the hot shop. Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video? Can we please see the Kids Design Glass video to learn a little bit more about the Kids Design Glass program?
Like art through the ages, glass has always been sort of made by designer and maker. And so to highlight that relationship, we created Kids Design Glass, where kids age 12 and under can make a drawing and submit it to us. We'll make 2 pieces, give one to the family, and we'll keep one to put in our collection and build the exhibition that has been Kids Design Glass.
We get a huge stack of drawings and we sift through them to pick the ones that we can make and the ones that are interesting.
200-300 drawings a month, so we get a stack of drawings.
We go through each one. It's a drawing and a story about the drawing.
Probably the most unique drawings are the ones that really stick out. The ones that aren't like based on a character that they've already seen, the ones that come straight from their imagination.
Usually kids by that age, they're not really tainted by like pop culture and outside influences. They kind of like what they like.
My original idea for the rainbow marshmallow, when the marshmallow melts, what comes out are their tears. And this one cries rainbows. Like the inside is all rainbow. It was the first time that I was like kind of made contact into like the glass blowing world. And what was really fun about it was knowing that a piece that I've come up with that is like part of my self-expression was like interesting enough for others to like incorporate it into the real world.
Being in a creative environment, I think that builds self-esteem, and the fact that they're going to have this thing that they're going to have the rest of their lives of something that they had as a child, and then knowing that they're actually like in a museum collection, which is pretty incredible when you're under 12 years old.
If any other kids are entering the program, then I'd say I really hope that your art gets chosen. It is really mesmerizing to see the details being put on. I was just very happy that the Hot Shop team actually chose my art. Who knows, maybe if you're timing it just right, you could actually get up there when your art is like being displayed up there.
For 20 years, we've made some wild things. It's so free, and I would say loose, but what we really pay attention to is making sure that we're capturing all the details.
There's so many challenges in making the kids design drawings, and I think that's something that maybe the average viewer wouldn't notice.
A lot of these objects are very fragile and are just different than any of the other glass I usually work on.
The way the kids draw them, they just have no idea of what, you know, glass can do, so they just draw it however their mind imagines this object.
We're talking with them, making sure that we're seeing the color the same way, making sure that, you know, the eyes are on one side or are they supposed to be on both sides.
Appendages and weird helmets, they're all great challenges and things that we wouldn't necessarily run into without this program. I think it's inspiring for us as glassmakers, and I hope it's inspiring for the kids doing the drawings. I hope the kids kind of see that their creativity is this muscle that they need to exercise.
One of the best parts about the program is seeing the kid in the front row giving us tips on how we can make it better or things they don't like that we're doing. They have a voice here.
I designed the lion crab in 2011. Just recently, we went back to the museum, and seeing my piece on display at the museum was just incredible.
I mean, we have times where people come in the crowd and some young adult, you know, in their 20s or early 30s, is like, hey, you made my kids design glass, and they bring out their phone and show us a picture, and it's them like 10 years old, and you know, it's to see the impact that we've made. I think every single one is special. Yeah.
Can we see the color overlay slide? And so here in the furnace, he's gathering more glass, clear glass over the surface of a little bit of color. It's a color overlay. That's how we apply color to the glass today. Can we see the color overlay slide? And so that process consists of creating a clear bubble at the end of the rod and then using a little bit of color, stretching it back towards the end of the rod, encasing that clear bubble and then gathering more clear glass around it. And so that then allows us to have a mass large enough to blow out the bubble to the size of the water pitcher on the podium. So we've dipped that small gather into an optic mold to create low points in the glass. When we gather over these low points, air bubbles will be trapped as they try to escape. And so you'll be able to see them in the surface of the glass. Can we see the pineapple mold? The pineapple mold freezes its shape into the surface, creating that texture. So we'll use this block to cool down the outer layers. It'll also shape the glass while keeping the core nice and hot. That block is a piece of hollowed out fruit wood that's been soaking in water to protect the integrity of the wood and the surface of the glass. And then back into that reheating chamber, that glory hole rests at about 2,300 degrees, which allows us to get the glass nice and hot to continue to shape and blow it out at the bench. So with those papers, it's folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, and with those papers, he'll shape the glass. It's a very intimate tool for shaping. It's almost as like he's using his bare hand. And then back into that reheating chamber, the next step of the process will be to shape the glass and then carve into it with the jacks. As he blows into the end of the pipe, he expands the bubble. So with those jacks, he'll then squeeze his grip and carve into the surface of the glass to create a jack line. This jack line helps indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. I think the most exciting part about the process is guessing what color it's going to be, because it's orange only because it's hot. It's not going to be orange when it starts to cool down towards the end of the process. She'll use that paddle to shield his arm. That piece is well above 2,000 degrees. It's not a really large piece, but over time, constantly producing these items, being exposed to the heat, your arm will get a little bit sensitive. We shape the bottom first, and then we work on the top portion of the piece after we transfer this picture from the initial blowpipe to an additional transfer rod. So we'll paddle the bottom and ride the top of the piece with the jacks to corner it up, to square up the bottom and make it nice and flat so it's able to stand on its own. So he's creating a transfer rod to connect to the bottom of this piece so we can remove it from the blowpipe we started on and open up the top of the water pitcher. So now that the transfer rod's connected, we will allow it to cool down. He'll get a little water out of the bucket, lay it on his jack line that he carved in. That jack line creates a weak point. So then when we introduce water, thermal shock will set in. We'll tap the pipe and release the glass. So now that little access point, he'll start to thin it out. So as he tweezes it, he'll then go in with his shears and remove the extra material. I really like how at this point you can see the difference between the glass when it's nice and hot and then nice and stiff. And so when it's hot, it's orange. That is how they know when to do and what to do and when to do it, is because of the color change in the material. And now he'll go in with his jacks and tighten his grip at an angle. And then as he opens up his grip, it'll also open up the top of the pitcher. With that paddle, she'll shield his arm or shield his hand. That glass is above 2,000 degrees and he is very close. So for those of you who joined us a little later in the process, this is a good example of dipping into the furnace, gathering clear glass, and blowing into the end of the pipe to create a bubble. This is how the water pitcher started, and then we added color, design, and blew it out larger. This will be the handle. It starts out orange because it's hot, but when it cools down, it'll be crystal clear as he immediately attaches it to the water pitcher. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnaces are in the hot shop hold all the molten hot glass, and they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day. They hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass and rest at 2,100 degrees. And now we'll go back to the hot shop cam. They're going to add the handle. Whenever we cut the glass, like when he had to snip that handle away from the opposite pipe, it is extremely sharp. So she'll use this hot torch to just give it a little bump, and then as she hits it with the hot torch, it'll smooth out immediately. He'll give it a little torch because this portion of the pipe will go into the reheating chamber last and it'll come out first. And we want to make sure that the entire thing is evenly heated throughout. So when she flashes it, she can only stay in the reheating chamber for, you know, about 10 seconds or less. So we're just making sure that everything is evenly heated. So he's going to continue to fluffy torch in there. We want this area to get super spicy. Once it's spicy, we're going to add a little water. Thermoshock will set in. We'll disconnect the pitcher from the pipe, and then we'll put it away. A little water on the pipe. Thermal shock will set in. He'll knock it off onto the paddle. We'll give it a hot torch and then put it away. Everything with the Museum of Glass logo stamped into the bottom was made here by the Hot Shop team. So if you'd like to take anything home, be sure to check out the store and purchase something to support the museum. All right, let's give them a round of applause. Clap it up. And it'll go into the annealing oven to cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Now, we'll do it all again in just a moment. And the start of the process consists of preparing the color to lay color over the bubble. We have to lay color, we have to apply color in certain process or steps here in the hot shop because all of the glass in the furnace is clear. So, can we please see the color overlay video to learn more about how color is applied to the surface of the glass? Can we please see the color overlay video?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So now here on the left side of the hot shop, Stina is getting a bar of color nice and hot. Visibly, it looks orange. When it cools down, it'll be a pretty transparent color. Transparent colors, when you look at them, they all look dark. They kind of all look the same a bit. That's just because they're condensed in the bar. But when you use a little piece and expand it, you'll be able to see the true color closer to the end of the process. We started with green. We've been working on purple. Maybe we're still on purple. Who knows? We'll see as we create this picture here in the hot shop. So he's gathered some glass from the furnace. That dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. That glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. And then after he's done marvering the little bit of this, we call this a starter bubble. He'll blow into the end of the pipe and cap it, and a small bubble will come out of the end of the rod, similar to the shape of a balloon. And that little bubble is how the process starts and turns into this big picture here on the podium. He'll shape the color, the little bit of color bar there at the end of the rod. He'll use his diamond shears, and in one snip, he'll be able to remove that extra material and that additional rod. A lot of the tools that we use here in the hot shop are specifically designed for the glass making process. And so diamond shears are great to get in there, snip it in a 360, and get your hand away from those very high temperatures. So as they work in and out of the reheating chambers, they're only designed to keep the glass nice and hot. Can we see the glory hole diagrams? So the chambers with the open doors and the orange faces are designed to reheat the glass. Can we see the glory hole diagram? So they'll work in and out of these reheating chambers. They rest at about 2,300 degrees. They're also powered by natural gas and forced air. The hollow fire brick within these barrels can withstand those very high temperatures. And there's no molten glass inside of the glory holes, only in the furnace. Thank you. The next step in the process will be to gather some more glass around the color overlay that we laid over the clear bubble. The more glass we gather, the more we're able to blow out that tiny bubble to create a shape, specifically today, a water pitcher. So we've dipped this glass into the pineapple mold. Can we see the pineapple mold slide? The pineapple mold has low and high points, and so now he'll dip into the pineapple mold, and when he comes out, there'll be low points. And so when we gather over it, in that negative space, the air bubbles will try to escape, and they can't. So we're intentionally putting bubbles into the surface to have a pattern and design on the surface of the glass. We'll dip into the furnace, gather around that pineapple mold, and then you'll be able to immediately see the bubbles as they try to escape in the surface of the glass. So we'll cool down the pipe in the pipe cooler. Steel is not the best conductor of heat, but it does start to warm up. It starts to heat up where you constantly expose it to high temperatures. So cool the pipe down, back to the block at the bench. That block is a hollowed out piece of fruit wood that's been soaking in water, and the water will help protect the integrity of the wood and the surface of the glass by producing steam. As he blows into the end of the pipe, he expands the bubble and then they stretch it out. So adding air into or blowing into it helps shape the glass. Those papers are just folded up newspaper that have been soaked in water, which allows him to guide the glass as he blows into the end of the pipe, almost as if he's using his bare hand. So we'll allow it to just hang over the side of the bench. The glass will naturally stretch and then end with the jacks to create a jack line. This tool is great for carving and shaping the glass. Creating a jack line also serves as a reference point. It helps indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So we're working upside down. So we're going to shape the bottom. And then we're going to transfer it off. That's why we need a good jack line, because we need to be able to transfer the piece off of this initial blowpipe. So we're creating a weak point in the glass. They work so quick and they just create it right before your eyes. So swiftly that I don't know if you really register how hot it is. So with those paddles, she's protecting his arm and shielding him because the piece is still well above 2,000 degrees. So now at this point, we only will heat certain areas. So when it's orange, indicates it's very hot and you're able to shape it. So now we're gonna shape the bottom, square it up, paddle the bottom so it's able to stand on its own. And then we're gonna transfer it off of this blowpipe. The reason why we start at the bottom first is because as we shape and the air naturally releases itself, we're able to reinforce the air. So now Ben will gather some glass and create a transfer rod, connect the transfer rod to the bottom of the water pitcher, remove, and then we'll remove the water pitcher to work on the opposite side. Now the next step in the process is to create a handle. So Ben will dip into the furnace, gather up a little glass, blow into the end of the pipe, and that bubble will be turned into a tube that'll be attached to the base of the pitcher and then placed on properly. The furnace, this is a great example of glass in the furnace. It's just a big ceramic pot of molten hot glass that looks orange because it's hot, but when it cools down, it's crystal clear. So now we'll use the copper rod to make a little spout. How y'all doing? We're making a glass pitcher here in the hot shop. This will actually be the last one before we have to take a break to have some lunch, and then we'll be back in about 1 hour to do it all again. The next part of the process will be to add a little water to the connection point. She's going to hot torch it, and then they'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. If you're interested in taking anything home today from Made by the Hot Shop team, be sure to look at the pieces made at in the store. Let's give them a round of applause. Clap it up. And then into the annealing oven, we'll take it where it must stay to cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. We'll see you guys in just a few. Welcome to the Hot Shop here at Museum of Glass. My name is Emily. Today we have been making these glass water pitchers, the blue one there on the podium. I'm going to turn that down a bit. So the process of creating a glass water pitcher consists of picking up color bar to apply color to the glass, and that is because all of the glass within the furnace here in the hot shop is clear, so we have to use special color application process to add color to the surface of the glass. Again, my name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. So we'll start by heating up the color bar to prep it. And then the next step will be to dip into the furnace, gather some glass, and blow out a starter bubble, which the furnace up there is, as you can see, there's a diagram. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. It runs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It can hold up to about 1,000 pounds of molten glass, and it rests at 2,100 degrees. So the furnace is the silver bottoms with the doors on the front of them, and then the reheating chambers are what we're currently using. These glory holes are powered by natural gas and forced air as well. They're used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and they rest at about 2,300 degrees. The hollow fire brick within that barrel can withstand those very high temperatures. Can we see the color bar slide? So color bar for this process is what we use to apply color to the surface of the glass. Color bar comes in these large rods that you can see on the big screen there. We'll only use a little piece. And then can we see the color overlay slide? So we put a little bit of color over a clear bubble, stretch it all the way back towards the end of the pipe, and then we gather over it. And when we blow it out, it looks like a whole lot of color, but really a little bit of color and a whole lot of clear. So the more clear that we gather, the more we can blow out the tiny starter bubble to the size of a glass pitcher. And so you'll see he'll dip into the furnace. Hot glass likes to stick to hot steel. So we'll rotate that rod, and the glass, it contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. We'll marver it a bit to help that glass set itself up on the pipe, blow into it and cap it, and then our starter bubble will come out of the end similar to the shape of a balloon. So now Stina will bring over the color bar. It's super orange because it's super hot. And when we get middle to halfway through the process, you'll be able to see the true color. It'll be when it cools down. He'll go in with those diamond shears, and in one snip, they cut in a 360 to release his hand, that extra material, and that extra pipe away from the high temperatures. So I had some really great questions in the front row, but right now we're at the point in the process where we're going to dip into the object mold. Once we dip into the object mold, this will give us the design on the finish of the piece. That pineapple mold has low and high points. It freezes into the surface of the glass. So when we gather over it again, when the glass tries to fill in those negative spaces, naturally an air bubble will try to release itself. Oh, great. There we go. There's a pineapple mold picture on the big screen. So the next step in the process will be to dip back into the furnace and get another gather of glass. The more glass that we gather, the better it'll be for when we begin to blow out the pitcher. The process of blowing glass is like, it has a lot of layers. It's like an onion. There's many layers, so there's many steps we must take to set each layer up for the success of blowing this piece out and shaping it into a pitcher, a water pitcher. Yeah, you watched a show that actually Trenton is one of the contestants on, and Dan Friday. Hey, Dan. They're both contestants on the Blown Away, on the Netflix show Blown Away. So the cone is, a lot of people think it's for the aspect of glass blowing, but actually it is an homage to the waterway. So when they decided to revitalize the waterway, the Theophos waterway, they thought it would be great to create this in essence of the wigwam burners that used to exist here to burn off anything that drifted down the waterway. If we have a slide of the wigwam burners, that would be very helpful. But yes, the design is an homage to Old Tacoma and the revitalized waterway in New Tacoma. So there on the big screen, you can see the wigwam burners that once existed down here. The cone is 90 feet tall, and it's a beautiful work of art. So now Trenton will blow into the end of the pipe, and as he glides the papers over the surface of the glass, he's guiding that bubble and shaping the glass. Thank you. That cloth-like material is folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, and it'll allow him to shape the glass almost as if he's using his bare hand. She'll heat the jacks to prepare them to carve into the glass. The jacks are a great tool for carving and shaping. We'll hang it over the bench, allow it to naturally stretch out, pull some of that glass away from the end of the pipe. We're carving in a jack line. This is a reference point that'll indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. When we make pieces here in the hot shop, we always have to shape the bottom first. So now we'll square up the bottom, and with that paddle, she'll follow as as he shapes the top on the surface of the glass. This will allow the picture to stand up on its own. Okay, so the best part about watching things be made here in the hot shop is how the color is now visible. Starts orange, so now you know that orange means hot, hot, hot. It's very hot, it's very malleable. It's not the color it's going to be when it cools down back to room temperature. Now you can see that pretty transparent blue. We're gonna get this portion nice and hot. That is a weak point. That's also our connection to the process. He'll reheat this area before we go back into the reheating chamber. This area goes into the reheating chamber last and it comes out first. And so we're gonna give it a nice reheat there manually. Then we'll heat the whole body. And then we're gonna transfer it off of this initial blowpipe onto a transfer rod so we can open up the other side. So a little water on that carved in jack line we placed in earlier, tap the pipe and release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. He's going to get the very top, very orange, as orange indicates hot, soft, malleable. So then we'll tweeze out the top to thin it out, and then with our shears, we'll cut away the extra material to continue to clean up the lip, to open it up. So when we disconnect the piece from the pipe, it has a really small access point because we've been blowing into it. He's going to open that up. He'll go in at an angle and widen his grips with the jacks, and then the mouth will open up. She'll follow the jacks and flatten the top. So now that we've added the handle, the next step will be to put a little spout in the lip, and then we'll remove it from the pipe and put it into the annealing oven. After we remove it from the pipe, I'll show you guys how we apply color to the glass today. The video will contain a little bit more information about how glass color is created, but we'll wait till we're all done. When we add water to the connection point there, we want it to shock. We want thermal shock to set in very well. So We'll put a little bit of water on the back of that the connection point. It'll release the glass, and then we'll place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. A little water on that connection point. We'll tap the pipe, and then we'll stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. We'll release the glass. We'll torch it. Everything stamped with the Museum of Glass logo was made here by the Hot Shop team, and you can find it in the store. If you'd like to purchase something made by the team, be sure to stop by the store and pick up a piece. Let's give them a big round of applause. So into the annealing oven, it'll rest to prevent thermal shock. Can we please see the color overlay video to learn about how the glass got color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
For those of you who are just joining us in the Hot Shop, we're making water pitchers here on the podium. My name's Emily. I'll be your MC for the afternoon, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. So now that he's blown out the little bubble to start the piece, Stina will bring over some color, lay it over the bubble, stretch it all the way back towards the end of the pipe. Then we're going to gather over it again. As they're working in and out of this reheating chamber is only designed to keep the glass nice and hot, and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. As you can see on the big screen there, it's powered by natural gas and forced air. It's used to reheat the glass to keep it from breaking, and the temperature is kept around 2,300 degrees. So dipping into the furnace is like dipping into a jar of honey. As we rotate that gather into in the furnace, the glass contains a certain level of viscosity, which allows it to adhere to itself. We'll come out with an additional gather, which will help grow the mass of glass there at the end of the rod. We need just enough glass to be able to blow it out into the size of this pitcher. The next step will be to dip it into the optic mold. The optic mold will then freeze into the surface of the glass. When we gather over that again, can we see the optic mold slide? The pineapple mold? When we gather over the pineapple mold after dipping into it, it'll create low points, and when the glass tries to fill, naturally air bubbles will try to escape out of the low points. That will then give us the design of the bubbles in the surface here on the podium. Thank you. So now we'll dip back into the furnace and gather another layer of glass around that optic mold to create the bubbles in the surface. And immediately as he comes out of the furnace, you'll be able to see those bubbles. Over to the pipe cooler, he'll go first before he goes to the bench to cool that pipe down. He'll use his block to cool the outer layers of the glass down. The block is ideal for shaping the glass and keeping the core hot. We want the core to be nice and hot, so as we shape the walls, when we blow it out, the whole entire bubble will expand evenly. The cloth-like material he uses to shape the glass is papers. It's just folded up newspaper that's been soaked in water, which will allow him to shape the glass. As he blows into the end of the pipe, he guides the bubble. Naturally, after we expand it, he'll let it stretch itself out, which will give us that really nice pitcher shape. We will flatten and shape the bottom before we're able to open up the top. So we're always working upside down first. The best part about this step in the process is as they are working at the bench, you'll be able to see the true color pretty soon. So with those jacks, he'll carve into the glass. He's creating a jack line. This is a weak point. It's a line of tension that indicates the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. So now he'll use those jacks to shape the glass, and as he shapes the walls, Stino will follow and paddle up the bottom so the pitcher is able to stand up. So we're just flattening out the bottom. So now that we've shaped the bottom, we're going to connect it in additional pipe so we're able to transfer this water pitcher off of the blowpipe and open up the opposite side. We'll center the transfer rod, allow it to set itself up. He'll get a little water out of the bucket, put it on that jack line he carved in earlier, tap the pipe, and release the glass pitcher. He'll tweeze the glass to thin it out. Then he'll use his shears to go back in and remove the extra material. And now he's going to get this portion nice and hot again, and then he'll start to open it up by using his jacks, angling, as he'll hold it at an angle and rotate it. And as he widens his grip, it'll also widen the top of the pitcher. So now as he's gathered a bit of glass from the furnace, he'll blow into the end of the pipe to create a bubble. That bubble will then be shaped into more of a tube-like shape, and it'll function as the handle on the pitcher. The glass looks orange only because it's hot, but you'll see it'll quickly cool down and be crystal clear. a little water on that connection point, and we'll tap it off onto the paddle. We'll flash it, and then we'll flash it with the hot torch and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. If you're interested in taking a piece home made here at MOG by the team, be sure to stop by the store, and many things made here at MOG are stamped with the logo. We'll place it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. The next step will be to add the handle. We'll add the handle by dipping into the furnace and gathering up some molten hot glass. Can we see the furnace diagram? The furnace are the large silver ovens here in the hot shop with the doors on the front of them. As you can see, they're powered by natural gas and forced air. They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and they hold up to 1,000 pounds of molten glass. So there he'll go, he'll dip into the furnace. When he comes out, it looks like it's orange only because it's hot, but quickly you'll be able to see it change color to crystal clear. We'll heat the lip and create a spout. So now we'll put a little water on that connection point, tap it off the pipe, give it a torch, stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then we're gonna put it into the oven where it'll cool down overnight. Let's give them a round of applause. Clap it up. And we'll do it all again in just a moment. We're still making pictures here in the hot shop. After we've gathered over that pineapple mold, we'll start to blow it out at the bench. So now we will begin to shape the bottom of the pitcher. We're making the water pitcher here on the podium. We'll paddle the bottom as he squares it up with the jacks. Now we'll connect a transfer rod to the bottom of the water pitcher. Once we connect this transfer rod, we will release the glass from the initial blowpipe we started on. Put a little bit of water on that jack line we carved in, and then it'll release the glass. We'll tweeze out the end of the glass there, and then go in with some shears and remove the extra material. The next step will be to add the handle, so he'll dip into the furnace to gather some glass to create a handle. We'll tap it off the pipe, we'll hot torch it and stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo. And then we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll slowly cool down overnight to prevent thermal shock. Let's give them a round of applause. And we'll start the process all over again. In today's process, we are creating a color overlay on the surface of a clear bubble because all of the glass within the furnace is clear, so we must apply color to the glass. Can we see the color overlay video to learn a little bit more about glass and color?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color.
So we're going to dip back into the furnace to gather over the pineapple mold. And this is how we will get the bubbles in the surface of the glass. With that pineapple mold, we created low and high points. When the glass tries to seep into the low points, an air bubble will form. And that is how the pineapple mold pitcher gets bubbles in the final design. So in just a moment, we're going to dip back into the furnace. The furnace is a large ceramic tank here. It holds up to 1,000 pounds of glass and it rests at 2,100 degrees. So now with the papers, we'll go in and shape the glass. The papers are just folded up newspaper that has been soaked in water to allow him to shape the glass, almost as if he's using his bare hand. He'll blow into the end of the pipe to expand the bubble. As he stretches out the glass, as he blows into it, it expands the glass. And then as he stretches it, it'll just naturally fall towards the bottom. So now we'll carve in a jack line. This is a weak point that we need in order to release this piece from off the pipe and transfer it onto an additional rod. We'll just heat the very bottom of the water pitcher so we're able to flatten it so it's able to stand on its own. As we use that reheating chamber to reheat the glass, it's only designed for reheating and it rests at about 2,300 degrees. It's powered by natural gas and forced air. So we're going to connect a transfer rod to the end of the water pitcher. And then we're going to release the glass off the end of the pipe to be able to open up the opposite side. We'll add a little water, release the pipe, and transfer it off. Now there's a small hole in the top of this piece, and it's how we blew air into the body of the piece, and so we're gonna just open up that tiny access point. So now we'll go in and remove the extra material. So he'll go in and tweeze the extra material off the end of the lip, off the top of the lip. Can we please see the Charging the Furnace video to learn a little bit about how the furnace gets glass?
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, the stabilizer. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
He'll use that block to help shape the glass. It's important to have Evenly shaped walls and keeping the core hot is also an important step, so when we blow it out, the whole piece expands evenly. We'll use our jacks to carve into the glass or to shape the glass. So he'll blow into the end of the pipe. And then in at the end of the pipe there, we'll carve into the glass. He'll create that neckline and then he'll go back and create a jack line. The jack line is designed to help indicate the end of the pipe and the beginning of the piece. You will see we'll need a well-carved jack line to release the glass from this pipe that we're working on now and transfer it onto another pipe to clean up the opposite side. We'll add a transfer rod or a little button to the bottom to protect the base. And then we'll add a transfer rod to the bottom. We'll connect a transfer rod and release the glass from the end of the blowpipe. So we blew on a little foot there, and I believe it may be a stem, or we may open it up to flare it out. Okay, so now that we've just put our last bit of glass around the lip there, I believe that may have been our last step. So we're just gonna flare the lip, and then after that we'll remove it from the pipe and put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Put a little bit of water on that connection point, tap the pipe, and that'll be it for the day. Alrighty, let's give him a round of applause. Clap it up. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us here at the Museum of Glass. We are all done for the day. If you're ever interested in what's happening, you can always tune into our live stream. We're open Wednesday through Sunday from 10 to 5 p.m. Have a good night. Bye.